VC, have you considered feeling better? Has that at all crossed your mind? Never tried it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. That's why I get paid the big bucks. Hold on, I'm trying to fix my shit. Ow. There's something in my eye. Oh, I go through. Oh my god, VC. Stress me. You stress me, trust me, trust me. Good morning, chat. I'm eating something and then I have to take notes on something and then excusez-moi, we'll do art on stream. Just hold on my fucking eye. I know there's a piece of hair in it and it's been bothering me all day. How long for that fucking piece of hair to dissolve? As always, I'd be stressful to my favorite streamer. I'm not your favorite streamer. You told me I'm not your favorite streamer. Also, I'm finishing my food. Lately, I said you're the main one I watch. Other my friends. No, you shouldn't be watching me. I'm boring. I'm L streamer. Hi V. You say hi to VC? Oh, V said hi. She meowed. V. You say hi to VC? Yeah. You're like, VC, I turned 6 next month. Getting so old. V. Period. Oh, okay. 6, yeah, they turned 6. They were born in 2020. Turned 6 on June 28th. Alright, we're gonna watch the video. Excusez-moi. We might be playing games today, I haven't decided yet. That's why I have this.
To draw from my imagination like Kim Jong-gi. And to get good at anything, you have to do it every day, right? Well, to test that, I drew from my imagination every single day for 30 days straight. But did I get better? No. In fact, in a lot of ways, I got worse. Because this is how I was drawing before the challenge started, and this is how I was drawing during the challenge. So, if you don't want to be doomed making the same mistakes as I did, here are 3 lessons I learned after drawing from imagination for 30 days straight. By the way, this video is kindly sponsored by Skillshare. More about them later.
We will be skipping that.
As I began the challenge on day 1, I could feel the nerves hitting me already. I was feeling the pressure, and as a result, I wasn't really willing to take risks. Come to day 2, I had spent the day at the museum, and I had gotten more used to being recorded, and the result was the best drawing I would make all of that week. I felt looser, and as a result, my drawings had more character.
Drawing from imagination is crazy.
More risks. And that is one piece of the drawing from imagination equation. But what's the second piece? Well, so I'd gone to the museum that day, and as a result, images of animals and anatomy was fresh in my mind, and I was able to use the reference that I had built that day to inform my drawing.
Hopefully you can hear me
that's
fine.
It. Drawing from imagination takes a combination of reference and a willingness to take risks. Without any
Girls are fighting.
You're lacking. If you have a tolerance for risk, but you don't have any reference studied, what'll happen is you'll have generic drawings that don't have much interest. For example, take a look at my spacesuit drawing man here, and notice that I don't have very much detail at all or anything believable to fill.
I'm taking notes on the Art of Dishonored 2 book.
Because I don't study astronauts and space
for reasons
technology. As a
I
result,
won't share quite yet because I don't want to jinx
really
myself.
What did I do? I filled up the entire page with marker. Come day 4 was when I started to notice the downfall of all of it. I had hit a rock bottom. My willingness to take risks had gone to an all-time low. And this is where I want to introduce a concept called the risk-success paradox. It states that the more you succeed, the less risk you're willing to take, and the less you succeed, the more risk you're willing to take. And you'll notice this pattern throughout the book. Day 1 marked the beginning of our journey, where I was afraid to take risks because I wanted my first day to look good. Come day 2, my willingness to take risks was higher, and as a result, my success was higher. But what happens when your success gets higher is that you want to maintain that success. So what do? You do the same things that worked, or you start wanting to stay in a same formula. And what that did was by day 3, I'd been afraid to reach out of my comfort zone, and as a result, the broad scope of characters I'd drawn here had resulted into a single character because I was scared to do something. I didn't know how to top that to success. And that all epitomized in day 4, where the success I had had in the previous 3 days put me in a mental state where I didn't want to take risks. So what did I do? I drew the thing I default to drawing all the time. And my friends in Sheridan used to make fun of me for this. Just drawing shirtless dudes standing in default poses, because that's the go-to when my brain has nothing to draw. It just draws anatomy. And as you can see, my drawing is completely uninspired. And this epitomizes the 2 elements of drawing from imagination: low risk and low reference. And from there, you can start to see me build back up. Day 5, it's not that interesting, but I'm starting to take some more risks. Day 6, something unlocks again. I was no longer afraid of taking risks because it had gone badly. That my willingness to try new things unlocked a new level of success. And I felt this day that things were getting better. I was on the upswing again. And day 7 is when that coalesced into something really nice. Once again, I had risen out of the valley of risk, and as a result, my success had once again gone up. But what happens when you have a good drawing is that the next day you have a bland one, because you compare your success of yesterday to your process of today, and as a result, you lose the willingness to try new things. It's an interesting pattern that I quickly became aware of, but I couldn't escape. By the way, guys, this video isn't free. You gotta pay your tuition fee. That's a like. And if you want to make a charitable donation, you can leave a comment. And thank you. And then day 9 marked a new beginning. After a week of drawing, I'd finally felt like I was getting comfortable with drawing from imagination, with playing with forms, I was aware of the risk-success paradox, and I was able to take more control of it. But then we get to day 10. Day 10 is probably my favorite drawing of the month. It's something I'm really proud of, and in hindsight, I realized it epitomized lesson 2. But before we get into lesson 2, a quick word from our sponsor. If you're watching this, you're interested in drawing.
We are not sponsored.
They're drawing throughout the month. In order to find that out, let's compare it to drawings later down
BC,
the line.
have you held down any food this week?
Maintain some quality that helps drawings from imagination succeed, but you'll very quickly come to see that our work quickly becomes more and more complex, right? More lines, more values, more objects. But if you've watched any of my other videos, you know that drawing from imagination is not about how complex you can make an object, but it's about how simple you can make it. And that's it. My drawing on day 10 succeeded because it was simple. When you're drawing from imagination,
I'm concerned.
Succeeds, right? Because drawing from imagination is a balancing act of thinking of perspective and form and texture and objects sharing a space all at the same time in your head. You cannot overthink it. So what do you have to do? You have to think simply. And the drawings in the rest of my sketchbook are hints to this sort of mentality. Look how often I'm practicing just basic forms. If you cannot imagine the human body in basic forms, you're not going to be able to draw that
Popeyes and they're my favorite too. Oh, okay, go get a Popeye.
And on day 14 is when I really clocked that. I noticed as I was drawing, I was able to think of these drawings in simplified forms and on top of them go over them in textures and go over them with detail. But I unlocked sort of a renaissance period at this point where thinking of these forms is a bit easier, and you'll see where it all goes wrong once again. Day 16, I was thinking simply. You can see how simple all these shapes are. And because I was thinking simply, I was able to bring out appeal. This is something that you see throughout Kim Jung-gi's teachings and Peter Han's teachings, and they teach this in animation even. If you cannot draw your character or the environment simply, you don't understand it. In fact, Albert Einstein said this famously, that if you can't explain something simply, then you don't understand it well enough. And day 17 epitomizes my inability to explain something simply. My brain was thinking too much about every detail. Notice the complexity of my hands and the nuance of my anatomy. All this, all it did was overload my working memory. Your brain is like a computer, and your computer only has a certain amount of random access memory. And if you're not drawing simply, you're doing the equivalent of having 37 tabs open on Google and wondering why your computer won't operate. You have to simplify. I've talked about that in a previous video that I'd highly recommend if you want to build your skill of drawing from imagination. And as we get to day 18, I have something to confess. On day 18, I missed a day. I failed the challenge. And I want to tell you guys that I had a really busy schedule, or that it was just hectic and I just didn't find the time. But the truth is, it's much lamer than that. I just didn't draw that day. At the time, I didn't understand why, because in fact, the days leading up to the challenge, day 14, day 15, day 16, I was more busy than I'd been the entire year. It was coming to be the end of my semester. I had work, and I had this challenge to finish. Yet I was able to do it all. When the dust had settled, and I was finally in the clear, I just missed a day. And only now can I understand why that happened. And that's lesson 3. In the beginning of drawing from imagination, things were going great. Every day I was learning something. Every day it became easier to summon up forms from my mind and play with space like Kim Jung-gi or Peter Han seemed to do so effortlessly. I learned more. I felt more inspired. I knew what I wanted to study. As you can see, I filled this entire sketchbook in the time span of this challenge because I wanted to draw more and more, because drawing from imagination taught me what I needed to learn. But then something started to happen after day 17. I realized I had a problem. The time I could have spent learning the things that drawing from imagination was teaching me wasn't there because I had to draw from my imagination. Gradually, something that was so helpful to me started becoming something that was holding me back. And that's when I realized that drawing from imagination is a great teacher, but a bad friend. Like a bad friend, it does not care about your goals, it just wants you to spend time with it. Like a bad friend, it holds you back from the things you want to most accomplish. And like a bad friend, you notice it no longer brings out your best. I found myself uninspired. I found myself going to the paper because I had to, and as a result, most days my work was bland. Most days it just became a process of going to the paper. Now some days there were exceptions. Some days my commitment forced me to try new things, like a dying friendship that you fill with new activities. If you're ever going go-karting with your friends, that's a bad sign. I'm kidding. That didn't mean I didn't have fun some days or that I wasn't learning, but I knew that I was being held back, right? Some days it went well, but other days my mind was completely dry of inspiration, and I was doing the drawings just to have the drawings done, and as you can see, it became ugly. I tried drawing in Copics to revitalize my interest, but it only helped a little bit. So those are the 3 lessons I learned throughout the month. Now you know the mistakes I made, but if you don't do something about them, you're bound to repeat them. So I'll leave you with 3 things you can do today to actually see improvement in your drawing from imagination. Number 1, remind yourself to always be taking risks. And you can lower the stakes if you have to. 1, don't record the drawings every day, right? 2, draw on paper that you don't care about. And 3, remember what you're doing it for. You're drawing for the joy of drawing. Don't bind yourself to a commitment like I did. It will take the life out of your enjoyment. Try new things. The only way I kept it interesting at the end was to play around with mediums and topics that I didn't know, right? I draw from marker, and I found a new passion that I wanted to explore. Number 2, spend 80% of your time studying reference and 20% of your time drawing from imagination. Like I said, it's a great teacher. You go to it when you need feedback, when you need help. Drawing from imagination is fantastic for that. It will let you know very quickly the concepts that you understand and the concepts that you don't. But if you spend every day with drawing from imagination, you'll find yourself held back, doing less than you could, learning less than you could, being less than you could, because it is an overcommitted relationship and it wants to keep you with it. And number 3 is drawing simply. In order to create anything from imagination, you have to be able to think about it as a simplified form. And to learn how to do that, I'd highly recommend this video I made about drawing the 5 basic forms and why you need to. Don't forget to pay your tuition fee and let me know what you want to see next. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
So my New Year's resolution in January was to paint every day in 2026. I think it lasted 3 days max. After the first week of completely failing on what I set out to do, I told myself I needed a new strategy. After implementing this strategy, I have been drawing/painting every single day. If you're new here, hi, I'm Nia. I'm a concept artist and matte painter working in animation. Earlier last year, one of my friends, he really bluntly was just like, hey, Nia, I think you should just get tested for ADHD. He had it as well. And I was like, that's kind of rude, but okay. I took his advice to heart, and lo and behold, inattentive ADHD. It felt like my whole life made sense. I realized a lot of artists actually struggle with the same thing. So I did some research as to how people with ADHD build habits, and the one thing that's recommended is to not give yourself such a strict goal to begin with, and to really understand the specific intention intention behind what you're trying to achieve. And I think that's where I went wrong, because in my New Year's resolution, I need to paint one painting every day. Of what? For what reason? So instead of that, I told myself there will be one point each day where I do art. But it could either be a low effort day, a medium effort day, or a high effort day. That really depends on what I have on that day. If I had a whole day of work of painting, maybe I just want to sketch something in the evening. That day at work, I'm doing a lot of 3D and modeling in Blender. So maybe I want to paint that day. It's really important to empathize with yourself and give yourself the grace to be flexible and enjoy the process of improving in art. As long as you're getting 1% closer to your goal, even if it's like 30 minutes a day, that's still something to celebrate. So number one would be my low effort days. Maybe you just had a really hectic day, maybe you're traveling or something. I always carry a sketchbook with me everywhere. These are some of my old ones because they're so easy to just chuck in any bag. Even when you're going out to the club, you can chuck it in your bag. A lot of the times I'm just like sketching random stuff, writing. Like I treat it kind of like a diary almost. I'll be doing some no tan sketches. When I have gouache on me, I'll do some gouache stuff as well. Compositional ideas. And it's like 11:59 and I haven't drawn or painted that day. I'll bring out the sketchbook and I'll be like drawing in bed. But after I start, I actually end up sketching till 2 a.m. One mindset that has really stuck with me is to make drawing a bad habit. We all know that bad habits are actually more addictive than good habits. Like eating healthy is hard, but doom scrolling is easy. Nowadays, when I have the urge to doom scroll on my phone, I just take this guy out instead and I just start scribbling random shit. Like, what even is that? It's better than brain rot. Also, show you guys the pencil case I bring around all the time. It's nothing fancy, it's just a boring old pencil case, but I really do love these Tombow markers. I always bring around a black one, a medium gray, and a light gray to do 3 value studies. I also bring around a mechanical pencil, and this is my favorite pen to sketch with. It's kind of scuffed. It's the Muji polycarbonate ballpoint pen, black, 0.7 millimeters. It's really good because you can just buy the refills, so you don't have to waste the outer receptacle. Easily get really thick and thin lines. I also bring around this graphite pencil set for when I go live drawing. So the second stage is when I have a little bit more energy. It's like a medium effort day. And because my goal is painting this year, I'll either do master studies, photo studies, film studies, or plein air, or I'll just take my own reference photography. You can see here I did a bunch of studies from movies that I really like. You know, there's Coraline, there's scenes from Andor. Make the process enjoyable for yourself. Pick something that you really geek over and really like. A lot of the times I will do a study and then write some notes next to it to remind myself when I look back as to what I learned doing that study. I try to avoid just purely copying something and actually think about what I'm getting out of this. I don't know if you guys used to play League, but I'm a huge fan of min-maxing in a lot of aspects in life, not just going through the motions. Even though mileage is important, I think it's like conscious mileage. If you're doing something over and over again, but you're never reflecting on it, then personally it feels like it's harder to see my own improvement that way. So onto the final tier. I wouldn't say this is high effort. It's what I strive to do every day, but if I'm not feeling up there, I'll go to like a medium effort or low effort. For me, that's doing one painted study a day. It could be digital, it could be traditional. I try to get pretty specific. The goal for that entire week might be learning how to simplify foliage as just one topic, or it might be trying out a particular workflow. Even when I'm studying from photos online or going out to paint, I still try to add something fun and personal to each painting. It's kind of like that little treat at the end that makes it feel like it's yours.
Bada bing,
Here,
bada
I
bing.
added fragrant in there because I was watching it that week. We went to paint at some industrial park the other day and decided to add some strange sci-fi narrative to it. It could be anything. With that being said, I try not to be too hard on myself, having to be super cerebral with every study. This painting was literally me eating some pavlova and I just wanted to paint it. Sometimes you just have those days where drawing or painting is just like a cathartic thing. I hope that kind of helps. I'd love to know if you guys have any other pro strats. Check them in the comments below. So yeah, thanks for joining me and I will see you next time. Bye.
It's finally time for a full sketchbook tour. I'll be showing everything, the finished pages, the doodles, the experiments, and even the messy ones. Along the way, I'll talk about my favorite materials, the thought process while drawing, and how I ended up with the style I use today. So before I show you my actual sketchbooks, let's rewind to when I first started creating portraits. Back then, I didn't have a proper sketchbook. I mostly drew on A4 and A5 sheets, just regular bond paper and vellum I used back in high school. I also had this clear book where I compiled my drawings starting from 2019. Though most of them were from 2020 when the pandemic hit. I vaguely remember owning a sketchbook, but it was mostly for academic stuff. I think I used it when I was a cartoonist for journalism, but I honestly have no idea where it is now. So we'll just start with a stack of loose papers instead. I've got another clear book here. This one covers 2021 to 2022. These were the years I started feeling burnt out and went on a lot of hiatus. These sketches are from 2018. That was the time I was doodling and sketching constantly. It was around 9th grade when I actually started getting seriously into doing portraits. I also started doing commissions around the time. The prices were super cheap since I just wanted to try it out. That's how I finally bought my first colored pencils. Around this phase, I already had a little knowledge about blending colors. Back in elementary to junior high, I mostly did poster drawings using oil pastels since that was the main medium allowed in art competitions. These portraits were from summer 2019. I was still doing commissions and all that. I actually had even more fan art from that period, but I remember giving a lot of them to my classmates and schoolmates because they really liked them. I finally got my first Prismacolor set, and this was my first time using it. I thought pink would work, but there was actually a goldenrod and some light peach in the set. I was still figuring it all out. There was this artist group on Facebook called Great Pinas. The art community was super chill at the time, and that's actually where I learned new drawing techniques, how to use Prismacolor, and even the whole commission thing, like how to price your work properly. I saw so many amazing artists there, and most of them were doing traditional photorealism. That kind of art was basically the top trend back then. I was one of those influenced by the community, and I basically jumped straight into realism without really learning the foundation first, like perspective, anatomy, and other essential art studies. So 2020 came and I was still super eager to develop new drawing skills, especially in photorealism, and also to attract more clients. This was my progress from my very first portrait in January to my last one in December. The difference is insane. I still can't believe it all happened within 12 months of drawing almost every single day. It was also the start of the pandemic, which actually gave me more time to focus. I remember waking up super early because I was so excited to finish my drawings. My hands were literally itching to hold a pencil. There was also this Filipino artist I looked up to back then. He's not posting his art anymore, basically disappeared online, but he really inspired me to just draw more and not overthink things. I started drawing a ton of portraits every day. I set a goal for like 2-3 per day. I even gave myself 4 hours per portrait. I was just doing it for fun, and it felt so exciting and satisfying. I posted this portrait online and started gaining recognition. I connected with a bunch more artists through that, and I felt thrilled as I slowly started getting recognized by my favorite artists and idols, and honestly, that's when the pressure started creeping in. Suddenly, it felt like it was becoming something much bigger. I was totally overwhelmed. When I drew this Blackpink series during their comeback, mostly because a lot were suggesting it, it got even more attention. That's also when my mom really started seeing my potential. Though honestly, she's been my number one supporter since I was like 3 years old. When she first noticed I leaned toward the creative side. Around this time, people started suggesting I start a YouTube channel, and my mom encouraged me to do it too. I was super anxious about it, but I also saw it as a chance to share my art with more people and maybe earn a bit. That year was really tough for us. I was still taking commissions on the side, and I also learned so much about the art world, all while keeping up with school. I really liked how our eyes turned out here. This was also my first time using a varnish on paper. I didn't realize it was meant only for acrylic and oil paintings, so the part in the nose ended up peeling off since I stored it while it was still wet. I learned that fixatives are what you're actually supposed to use for dry media in drawings. Ay. Here was my first trial. I didn't like it because the features felt a bit off, though I liked the blending. I decided to redo it, and this second version came out much better. I skipped the gray tones here, which made it more vibrant and close to its actual features. You can also see my progress over the months. I also started using the grid method properly to make the proportions more accurate. This was the first portrait I did in January. I also tried spraying a fixative for the first time. I was honestly scared at first, but it worked really well. It's definitely something I'd recommend if you really want to preserve your artwork. That year was also when I slowly started to feel burnt out. I wasn't creating as much because I was focusing more on making higher quality portraits instead of just producing a lot. I poured so much effort into the details. Around the time, commissions were coming in one after another, so I barely had time to make fan arts. Whenever I did, it was mostly just for my YouTube channel so I could share the process. One of my absolute favorite from this period is my portrait of Theum. It took me around 4 days to finish. Back then, I couldn't fully appreciate my own work. My perfectionist side was starting to surface. I noticed every little detail, even things no one else would point out. But now looking back, I'm honestly amazed. Like, did I really make this? The details in person are so sharp. At the time though, I was very self-critical and had really low self-esteem. My sister was actually the one promoting my art. Whenever I posted something, I wouldn't even check back. I just leave it, which is also why I sometimes didn't reply to comments. By 2022, the burnout hit harder. I felt like everything was repetitive, like there was nothing new. It's as if I was losing my creativity because I was just copying references as they were, especially with commissions. Most of them were huge pieces, like around 22 by 28 inches, which meant sleepless nights and back to back deadlines. I ended up taking a lot of breaks from my account. At one point, my Instagram even got hacked, which forced me into an even longer hiatus. During that time, I was still working silently on commissions, but my mental and physical health started to deteriorate. It was also around then that I started keeping a sketchbook. I wanted to explore different styles and mediums, hoping to feel that spark for drawing again. I was still making portraits around this time, but honestly, I was already starting to lose interest. Still, my family was really supportive of everything I was doing. My dad would even watch my YouTube videos over and over. I used to cringe whenever I heard my own videos. Honestly, I still do, but I really appreciated their support. I think this was actually my last colored pencil tutorial. The pencils I used were brute thinner, which aren't really high quality or light fast. You can even see in this other portrait that some areas have already faded. I didn't spray a fixative back then. Maybe if I had, the colors would have held up better. I realized I had never really sketched or doodled in my free time, so I finally gave it a try, and honestly, it was so fun. Drawing outside of work felt refreshing. This sketchbook also doubled as a journal, so it's filled with a lot of writing too. This was one of my sketchbooks from early 2023. I bought it online for super cheap. I wasn't very consistent with it since I had other sketchbooks at the time and kept switching around. Most of my pages here are just studies, which is why I never posted them. They were messy and a lot of them were practice copies from other artists' works, so I just kept them to myself. I also had a lot of loose papers for commissions, so I used the extra for random art. And some of these sketches were actually torn out from the sketchbook earlier, but again, they were mostly just studies. This one is a handmade sketchbook I got as a gift from America. At the first page, I honestly can't remember if my reference was from a photo or another artwork. Around the time, I just bought gouache and wanted to test it out here. It was difficult, but I learned some useful blending techniques. On the next spread, I drew random faces using Pinterest references. This one was when Ohu sent me their markers. It was my first ever brand collab, which I used the sketchbook to practice with. I think this was also around the time the One Piece live action came out. Out of all these pages, this one is probably my favorite. I really like the choice of colors and the lighting. I skipped a lot of pages in the sketchbook, and even now there are still blank ones. I didn't force myself to finish it since that wasn't really the point. Back then, I wasn't taking the sketchbook too seriously, and I even tore up pages whenever I didn't like how they turned out. This was the period when I started taking things a bit more seriously, but it was still very study focused. I really wanted to find a style that felt comfortable for me, so I kept learning from different artists. Like this one, I studied Solrojo's techniques and learned about complementary colors and her approach to coloring. I also came across additional artists online whose coloring style I liked, so I tried applying it with alcohol markers.
That is my notes done. Okay. Many hours.
This sketchpad actually started in 2023. It's dedicated to alcohol markers. One of the first pieces I made was around mid-2023. I liked how full it looked since I didn't leave any empty space. It was also my very first try with alcohol markers. I later made a second one because the first ended up a little too dark, so I tried going lighter. I also filmed a YouTube video for this. I used markers, which I really enjoyed working with.
Oh, I have those.
Around the time the One Piece live action came out, I did another artwork where I layered the skin tones a lot. The paper held up surprisingly well.
This I was.
Back then, I was mostly using Fabriano Bristol since I didn't own the sketchpad yet. I only pasted those works into this pad later on because I wanted everything compiled together. I also did a fan art of 1989 Taylor's version. For that one, I limited my colors because I didn't want to get overwhelmed, and it actually turned out really nice. This is my Batali fan art. I ended up filling every corner again. I think I just love cramming in geometric shapes everywhere. I really like the colors too here. I probably used 4 or 5 colors for this one. Around this time, I also started experimenting with bolder line art and thicker borders, and it honestly made the whole piece pop so much more. This one was definitely my favorite back then. I loved how the lines felt structured but still a little flowy. Plus, I was super obsessed with this color palette. I think this was around the time I had a major art block, but I just got a glitter pen, so I decided to play around with it. Then there's my one-yoon fan art. I was experimenting with mixing stylized art and realism, but it ended up leaning more towards semi-realism. I used Artex colored pencils for this, and since they're not light fast or super high quality, the colors kind of faded over time. This one was also my first try using an acrylic marker. It felt so different from alcohol markers. With acrylics, I realized I needed to simplify colors more, kind of like how anime or cartoons do it, so that was a big adjustment for me. I started this one last year and yeah, I still haven't finished it. This sketchbook is a Peter Popper press. On the very first page, I pasted in some gouache practices. This is another one I started last year and again not finished. I'm slow, okay? I'm always so amazed by artists who finish a whole sketchbook in like a month. It's actually insane. Anyway, this one's mostly sketch studies, anatomy, and random doodles.
I just realized I did not set a timer so I would know when to stop. But I fear if I stop as well, I will fall asleep. So we can just ball. You probably will. I won't.
It's not really a
I won't.
sketchbook,
Good morning,
just some
Trish.
blue marker pads. There's only a few drawings left here since I usually tear out the pages and paste them into my main sketchbook. The paper quality
you're
is actually
well.
super good for alcohol markers. That's why I like practicing here first, so my main sketchbook doesn't bleed through.
But no, I just got out of work like 2 hours ago. So it's my bedtime is until 1, but I probably will fall asleep sooner before I get everything done. You're surviving. Honestly, sometimes that's all you can do. Wait, fuck time? 9 a.m. I work overnights. It says that. Oh, it doesn't say the time. Yeah, I work overnights. I mean, I just said I got out of work. So either way, I'd be allowed to sleep after getting out of work. And I have chronic fatigue, so I sleep when the body tells me to sleep. But I am writing down a table of contents, and then I'm taking notes on 2 chapters of this book.
Other artists' works and study little parts here. It's kind of my scratchpad sketchbook.
And then we'll do stuff on stream. Because the main thing I'm doing today, or planned to do today, was some brainstorming sketches. But I'm not knowledgeable in composition, but I've had a book on composition for the longest time, so I'm finally reading the book. And already just looking through the table of contents, this has a lot of things that'll be very helpful.
comes to
What's
world building,
CFS? What's
most of the
CFS?
time I end up making drawings like this. Drawings that are fully colored, they're
Chronic
fully
fatigue.
realized. Sometimes I leave, you know, little things, but most of the time it seems that my goal,
I don't know, they just diagnosed me with
is to produce
chronic
things
fatigue,
like this.
so
Things that are nice and clean.
I don't know if it's a
and
syndrome or if it's just a side effect of
And
ADHD
the reality is, this is fun for me. It makes
and depression.
me happy. I like having these things to come back and peek at.
A
And I
little
certainly think
mental
that it makes for a
illness
little bit more
cocktail.
entertaining content when it comes to making a video. But I wanted to take a little bit of time today and talk about what often precedes this, and the fact that this is not necessarily what your goal should be when it comes to world building for your story, for your own personal joy, for your campaign, video game, whatever it might be. This is not always what your goal should be. In fact, working toward this can actually distract you from the real purpose of the artistic process of world building, which in general is to pull an idea out of your mind and to get it down onto something else. And I say something else because it's not always paper. Sometimes it's a digital format. Sometimes it's something entirely different. Most of these pages start like this. I know this is faint, but you can see that there's a bunch of just random marks on this page right now. This is how nearly every drawing in this sketchbook starts. And indeed,
low-key, my brain is a little bit kicked because I've been awake since
20 years. Because at the end of the day, a little
4 p.m.
like this,
and it's currently 9 a.m.
30 seconds,
You're gonna have to remind me what pathology
often
is.
Allows me a more full picture of the concept that I'm trying to get across than something like this, which looks prettier, but at the end of the day, if this idea doesn't work, and it took me an hour or 2 hours to get this to look nice and pretty, then essentially I could have spent that entire time working on sketches that got me closer and closer to my idea. When I come to
this is basically what we'll be doing
where there's nothing
today,
but
kind of.
sketches, all of this
Also,
is
good
just
luck on
me trying
finals
to
next week.
figure out what I'm going to do. Now the reality is I'm going to go back over these with pen. I'm going to enjoy the process. But this process for me, what you're seeing here is kind of something that has a little bit of a duality to it. I'm doing this because I enjoy it. I enjoy the finished product that I get to look at later. I enjoy having the content that I can talk about and hopefully encourage other people to invest time in their worlds. And then the tertiary aspect, the one that I think is probably the most important for you, and honestly, if I wasn't doing this, would be the most important for me, is actually discovering what you want things to look like. Now, the sketching process does this most efficiently. And so I guess what I want to talk about today is the fact that this is likely what your world building sketchbooks should look like. They should not be polished. They should not be pretty. If they end up being pretty, it's a nice side effect. But most of your world building drawing should be like this. And so the whole point here is that sketching is incredibly important, and it is your most advantageous tool when it comes to world building. So let's take a little bit of a detour and talk about and show a little bit, I'll demonstrate a little bit, what sketching looks like. Because this kind of sketching is a little bit different in and of itself. It's sketching specifically done so that I can then put ink on
Understand
top.
pathology is study of
But
disease,
if I
for
was
instance,
to
figuring out
just
why
be
a reason.
sketching to figure out my ideas, it's going to look a little bit different.
I see, I see. Thank you, thank
So
you.
this is a different sketchbook. This is one that I kind of use for experimental purposes.
Yeah, I'm always tired. I think it's because I have a very severe iron deficiency, probably, and vitamin D deficiency.
That's one of the nicest parts of sketching and focusing on sketching.
When I'm able to
specifically,
afford supplements,
is
I'll
that the
try it,
medium
but
is, far
I did take my iron
less
supplements today.
contrived.
Hopefully
It's
they'll
far
last me
easier.
to my paycheck.
In fact,
Then I have to
this
get
is
vitamin
probably
D
my
supplement
most
again.
commonly
I lost my
used
last one.
thing when it comes to sketching of any kind, whether I'm world building, I'm planning for Inktober, or
Especially working
Swampus,
nights.
or doing
Yeah.
stuff for my stories. It's generally a ballpoint pen. There's something about the fact that the width is able to be changed by how hard you press, that you can draw really, really lightly if you want to, that you can draw really dark if you want to. It's really a lot more like a pencil in how it functions. Well, why not just use a pencil? Pencils tend to smudge.
I'm in school for massage therapy. Honestly, we so many different things from seeing sodium comment is actually crazy. Yeah.
Between things, whereas if you're working with a pencil and you're really being judicious about it, if you're right,
Yeah.
you're gonna work from the upper left hand of your drawing and kind of come down as you work on things. But inevitably, as I work back and forth, I end up smudging things. That happens a lot less with a ballpoint pen. So this is actually my most preferred medium when it comes to just general sketching. And this is something I would encourage you to try. There's a little bit of an unhinging, a disconnecting when you work with pen. And it's one of the reasons why I love pens so much, is your brain knows that when you're working with a pencil that it can be erased. And it's really, really hard to dislodge that fact. And so if you are trying to draw something and you know instinctively that you can go in and you can fix any mistake that happens, what seems to happen unconsciously is that your brain allows you to make more mistakes. You're less careful. This is something that I noticed in my own drawing a lot growing up, but I thought it was just a me thing. And then when I started teaching, I noticed that my students exhibited the same traits, and that's kind of what's led to that hypothesis. The idea that there seems to be something unconscious that happens when we work with a medium where we know that there's no coming back from it. Now, you can obviously conquer that. You can get through it. You can realize that, yes, the pen is malleable, but also that the pencil can be a semi-permanent thing. I just prefer this because I've got less of a chance of it smudging, and because I know that my brain tends to work better with it. I also like the darkness. If I work with a blue or a black ballpoint, there's a much higher likelihood that I can get a good spectrum of contrast with my darks and my lights, but pencils are totally fine too. So let's zoom in here just a little bit here, and we'll talk about some of the things that I kind of think about and consider, and some strategies when I'm working with pencils and sketching and ballpoint and whatnot. Yeah, let's just dive in here. Real quick before we get started on anything that is particularly technique driven, is the reason I'm focusing here on the sketch is that in the sketch, the vast majority of your progress is made. If you are spending a couple minutes on each sketch hashing out whether an idea functions or not, you're solving the vast majority of the problems that the entirety of that piece is going to encounter. Now, if you never work anything all the way through to a full finished product, then there are certain skills, especially polishing and refining skills, that you are not ever, practicing. You're not getting better at them. But the reality is that most artists seem to want to take a thing from start to finish, and the idea is that the more times you do that, you'll get better and better and better. And it's true. But I found that if you spend a lot of time focusing on the practicing, on the sketching, on refining a particular component of your artistic skill set, and then periodically working something all the way to fruition, all the way to the end, that tends to allow you to progress a little bit faster. And it also allows you not to get hung up on things, because the skills that you need to invest to really finish a drawing, to polish it off and make it beautiful, frankly, they're only encountered at that end stage. And if you haven't solidified everything in the beginning, it's not going to matter how much you polish it. And you see this a lot with beginning digital artists, where certain portions of the drawing or painting will feel amazing, but then there's basic anatomical stuff that is just off, or perspective issues that are really apparent. So most of what you're going to work through, you're going to work through in the sketch, and that's part of the reason why I like to focus here. So the first thing I want to talk about is under sketching, and that's something that I do regardless. I do it a ton in my world building sketchbook, but that's this idea, if I'm using a ballpoint, it's going to be kind of like this, where I'm going to use really light lines to kind of give myself the architecture of a particular thing. Sometimes, if it's a building, like this seems to be, I'm going to hash out some of the basic shapes. I'm going to give myself some ideas, and the reality is that some of these marks are not going to stay through to the end. I might make something just to see if it's going to work, and if it doesn't, then when I come in on my next pass, I will basically just not accentuate that. The sketching phase should be open and loose. It's incredibly difficult to mess up a sketch because the purpose of a sketch is not to be a finished perfect thing. If you mess up a sketch, it means that you haven't kept your eye on the ball. You've lost what you were aiming for. In most cases, the purpose of this sketch is to make sure your idea will function, to figure out how you want to solve a problem. If you're working on world building and you're trying to design a particular set of buildings or structures or weapons or trees or whatever it might be, your goal is to find an aesthetic that works to solve a problem. Like, how do they handle light? How do they handle having these buildings that are
these sketches I'm gonna do today are gonna look so bad, but we're gonna pretend that they look amazing.
And a lot of times it's going to be repetitious sketching to figure out how you can solve those kinds of problems. So you can tell even here we're very early on, and I'm just starting to go in and find the lines that I preferred out of that first batch and darken them in somewhat. Already we get something that feels a little bit more reliable.
I'll probably do like a very rough sketch in my sketchbook first. I don't have a sketchbook
which mostly is
or a
just
world
going to
building
allow me to differentiate between these forms and the background, because this makes it darker than the white of the paper. And I haven't thought about this, like this thing I'm making right here. It doesn't have a culture it fits into. This is just kind of random design work. I also find that the pen is a little bit less refined and perfect, and what that means is that some of these marks will inevitably, if I go like this, you'll notice right here, for example, that mark is darker. There's another one right here that's just a teeny bit darker than everything else. The pen is not perfect. It leaves tiny little dots as like the ink builds up on the ball and whatnot. And I find in this kind of sketching, that's actually rather advantageous, because it makes it feel a little bit rougher. And sometimes you end up with these little details in that process that actually make the drawing feel a little bit more traditional or authentic, or, and maybe it's just a me thing, but I rather enjoy them. You can see like this sketch right here, which is a very quick sketch, was started just by giving myself these basic shapes, these really loose kind of, let's come over here, shapes that are just giving me the architecture of how a thing is put together. And the reason that I do this, the reason that this is important, is so much of what you're trying to communicate and get across is done in shape language. And if you are able to very quickly get the shape out there, you can sit there and go like, maybe this is going to be some kind of beastie or dragon. There's something about this shape that I'm not particularly liking. Maybe this is where the neck's going to be. We can kind of hash out like, okay, that's a little bit better. I think this needs to extend up a little bit more. Let's pull that out and make it almost a little bit more aggressive. What if we had something come down there? What if we had something come out there? That might be a little bit more intriguing. Eye about there, maybe jaw split here. All of these marks I'm making are really, really light. They give me the ability then to go back over and to start solidifying things. In this case, as I solidify things, I'm going to artificially make the lines bumpy, because I know that this is indicative of flesh, and so I want it to appear a little bit less rigid. Whereas if I was doing something like the architecture that I was doing over there, I would basically do the opposite. Artificially make those lines a little bit harsher and a little bit more constructed feeling. But that under sketch is an incredibly important thing. And it's probably honestly best done in a digital format, because in a digital format you can just keep going, you can delete, you can warp. There's so many advantages to working in that manner. And it's part of the reason why I mentioned recently that I'm trying to get back into digital art, and kind of my hope is to work on it frequently enough that it stops being as intimidating as it is, and then I'll be able to use it as a more frequent tool. I will never get away from the fact that I adore digital or traditional art. That was a Freudian slip. But I will probably start taking a little bit more of my stuff in to digitally color and things like that, or digitally manipulate. I really, really enjoy the physicality of working on things like this, but I do know that there is a certain amount of time that is likely able to be spent in a wiser fashion if I were to go the other way. Not that there's anything wrong with taking dozens of hours to make beautiful pen drawings, as I often do. But when I have only a certain amount of hours in a day, I kind of get to a point where it's like, I just want to accomplish what I want to accomplish. And as long as I'm not, using something that feels like cheating, then I'll be okay with it. So the under sketch here really just allows me to hash out and work out the shapes. Like the shapes and structure of this beastie's head are a lot more convincing and interesting to me than the initial shape that I put down. And if my goal was to start with just an initial shape, to be like, okay, well, we're just gonna, start drawing the dragon, I don't have any control of where things are gonna go. So much of what we see as humans when we make art is we see things based on contrasts. And so you can think perchance that, hey, I'm gonna make this, traditional house and I'm gonna structure it this way, and you start working on detail up here on the roof before you really go down and start processing what's down below, and then all of a sudden you make the door this big and it's like, okay, nothing about this makes any sense. So much of how we understand art and just visual data in general is
forcing you all to watch
contrast. It's part of the reason why, even something as simple as this, shading it in real quick so that it feels different than the background, is an advantageous thing to do. It's a beneficial thing to do. And so getting that under sketch, some kind of sketch that allows you to understand the wholeness, even though it's a shadow of what the end product will be, that shadow is going to allow you to make better decisions about what you're doing. So if you are one of those people who tends to try to just dive in and make something perfect as you begin, I would encourage you, start sketching more. Like, sketching should not be a bad word or something gross or disgusting. And I know for some artists it is. It's like, no, it's sketchy. It's like, no, like sketches have a purpose. The sketch is to hash out your idea, figure out your idea, so that you make sure that the thing you're investing time into is worth your time and you're not wasting time. Let's take a moment and talk about
This is
some of
on
the
a
other
20
mediums
stream.
that you can use for this, because sketching with ballpoint pen is not going to be for everyone. I'm not going to try to pressure you into using it. I enjoy it. A lot more people are just going to use one of these guys, just a regular pencil. I use mechanical pencils primarily because they're consistent. This is a 0.5 millimeter. I just keep these everywhere. I've got lots of them, but it doesn't really matter what kind of pencil you use. In fact, there are times where using a thicker edged pencil is going to be better. When you are pencil sketching, the biggest thing that I would encourage you to do is do not choke up on your pencil like this. When you are doing sketches, hold the pencil back further. I will actually often draw right back here when I'm trying to get in the initial stages of a thing. That might feel a little bit uncomfortable, but you should learn to manipulate the pencil in different ways depending on what kind of work you're doing. If you're doing detail work, coming up right up next to the tip is going to be beneficial to you, but if you're going to try to make light marks that are more loose, then you want to hold the pencil back a little bit further. This is in general true of like whether you're painting, drawing with pencil, pen, whatever. So the same principle exists here. The advantage is that we can erase things if things go poorly, or if you, like me, want to take ink over the top later, then you can come in and you can work with the ink. But the other part of this too is that there's nothing wrong with leaving a sketch as a sketch. Like, it doesn't have to be something that gets refined later. And simultaneously, it can be a sketch that's turned into a drawing. If you take this quick sketch, like this is really fast. If you took this and then spent 20-30 minutes refining it and building it into something, you would turn that sketch from a sketch into a drawing. Now again, I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing here in so much as like, who lives in this house and what are all these architectural elements? But one of the things I really enjoy about pencil is that even just like the random scribblies or working in just a teeny bit of, shading underneath a thing gives it so much more character. And that's much harder to convey. It's actually one of like the primary struggles of working with the microns that I do in so much of my content, is that this kind of subtlety that is so easy to achieve with a pencil is so difficult to achieve with microns because they have no subtlety to them. With a pencil I can sit here and go from this super dark and then just slowly alleviate how much pressure I'm applying, and you can get to really, really light tones. And that's amazing. Like that is obvious. I mean, it's so obvious, right? It's something that everyone can utilize and can do, but like try to do that with this guy. You know, I can sit here and go like this, and then as I try to come down to like being lighter, like it kind of works, but mostly I just like the marks are not as close together, which is why usually when I do this, the way that I would show it is you are literally just spacing out how close those lines are to one another. Yes, there is some level of, if I push harder, I'm going to get a thicker line than if I push less hard. And if you can actually get to where you can just get a glancing blow on there, you can get a little bit thinner lines, but that's not what this medium is designed for. This medium is designed for precision, for having every mark be the same. And that's fine, it has its place. It does not need to be the gold standard for your world building. A pencil is likely the most common thing you are going to have. So I think some of you might actually run into these more frequently. They give them away all the time. Like you know, so many businesses and banks used to give away just little ballpoint pens, and so I have so many just lying around all over the place. They're wonderful. But pencil is probably what you're going to encounter the most. And again, the strategy for working with pencil sketching, I would say, is very, very similar. I would encourage you to very lightly just start by sketching out the outlines, and then if you don't like what the contour looks like, what the kind of outline looks like, then modify it. You can go back over it, you know, in an early stage like this. Let's say I decided, like, you know, no, I'm going to just get rid of all that underlying stuff there. We're going to have another edge to this roof. We're going to come down this way. All this stuff's just going to get shaded in. I could just shade it in like that. I could actually bring in an eraser and get rid of it. I'm not going to, because the whole table and everything will vibrate as I do, and it's rather unpleasant when I'm recording. Something funny, but yeah, whenever I do large amounts of erasing, I pretty much just like cut that portion out of the video because the whole table vibrates and everything gets weird, and it doesn't seem very interesting or exciting to watch somebody erase things. But the nice part about pencil is, as you choke up on the pencil a little bit more, as you push a little bit harder, you can start to get very substantially different kinds of marks. Your marks can get a little bit more fine, you can have a little bit more detail in there, and you can darken things in fairly substantially. Pencil is maybe like your best all-purpose tool for this kind of thing. And if you are going to go back over a piece later and you're going to apply color to it, or you're going to ink it like I do, then you don't need to do this kind of shading and detail. That's just not necessary. But it's good to remember that a drawing can just exist in and of its own right. It doesn't need to have an extra element put on it. I have a small but adequate fear about the fact that when I show off my world building sketchbook, that there might be some implication, unsaid of course, that this is what it should look like, and it's just not true. You could have an entire sketchbook that was just images like this, developed no more than these things, and it could be so substantial for the story you want to tell, the world you want to build. And these kinds of sketches could easily be shown to players in your D&D campaign, or somebody who's reading through the first draft of your novel and wants to know, like, what does that guardian deity look like? These kinds of things work just fine. Now, you might have noticed that in most of my world building sketchbook, I use this guy. This is a Prismacolor Kohl Erase erasable red pencil. They make at least one other color of this. Prisma makes a blue one as well. I like the red. It feels exciting, and that is literally the reason I use it. This kind of pencil right here would work totally fine. The reason I use this guy is because it's interesting, first and foremost. There is one other small reason, and it's the fact that my eyes seem to differentiate the red from everything else just a little bit better. And there's a good chance that yours will as well, that if you use a red pencil for your sketching underneath things, that your eyes will do a better job of recognizing that and it sticking out from other pencil marks or other kind of superfluous marks in your drawing. It also means when I go in later to kind of inevitably get rid of the pencil lines, because I will generally go back through and erase the pencil lines, it's really easy to see the distinction between them. You know, I can come in with something like this, and as soon as I go over these, you can see the red sticking out like a sore thumb beneath. Once my pen marks are totally dry, I can come back in later and I can erase those marks. And yeah, it's just really easy to see. But the nice part too, and this is something that's maybe a little bit weird, is the fact that even if you don't erase it, I kind of like the aesthetic. I like the aesthetic of the red sticking out underneath the ink marks. And I found, especially as I started working with alcohol markers, that there's not really a need to get rid of the red. Like, it almost adds something underneath. I found the same thing working on digital art too, that there is this idea that maybe you should get rid of your sketch, this set of underlying lines that were part of your planning and whatnot, but the reality is the sketch actually adds something to the piece. You know, when I make paintings, I will often have a pretty elaborate blocking type of sketch underneath the piece. And I don't take any pains to get rid of that, because there is something in those random lines that adds some kind of character to the piece. And that's true here too. But that red pencil is essentially something that I use just to give myself that first set of ideas and guidelines for where I might want the edges to be, what I might want the shapes to look like. And I will often stray from them, but that's part of the point, is that they're there to give you a guideline, and then you're the artist, you're in charge. And if you want to ignore the guideline, you have 100% capacity to do that. And sometimes that's the right option in those moments. But you might have noticed too that the sketching that I do in my world building sketchbook looks a little bit different than what I'm talking about here. It's far more shape focused. I'll grab that sketchbook real fast and show you what I mean. So I can come back to these guys. These sketches, you can see they're very shape focused. I'm not trying to shade anything. It would be kind of antithetical to what I'm trying to do. The goal here is to hash out what the shapes of things look like. Once I have the sketch down, then when I put the ink lines on top, I'm making a secondary set of decisions about what I want to widen, what I want to thicken, what I want to make thinner. All those decisions are kind of coming through in that process. So this is a different way to sketch, and this is a totally fine way to sketch too. There's nothing wrong with sketching out your shapes in a pretty precise manner rather than a loose manner, and then, you know, coming over later with something to refine that. And I could totally just come back in with my, you know, red pencil and refine these there and leave it be, and that would be fine. That's not the goal of this particular sketchbook, but it is something that you should feel is totally fine to do in your own work. The last one that I'm going to hit on today is the fact that there are other ways that you can actually sketch, and this is something that's fairly new to me in this particular application, but it's using color, generally a light version of color. When I work digitally, I like to actually sketch much more like a painter than like a drawer, which is kind of an interesting thing. The big difference is drawing focuses on line, and it focuses on light and dark. And painting tends to focus on shapes, and it tends to focus on color. It doesn't have to focus on color, but it pretty much always focuses on shape. Painting is very seldom about line. That might seem like a really odd distinction, but it is actually something that is borne out, and it is only particularly complicated when you start thinking about digital art. Because sometimes if you watch somebody work digitally, it's like this person is digitally painting and this other person is digitally drawing. They are two separate things, but the way they're separated is essentially how they're applied. So if you are much more of a painter, where you like focusing on shapes, then sometimes what I like to do is I'll actually use my brush pens. This is obviously really easy to use digitally. Watercolor works well for this, alcohol markers work well for this, but it's essentially you use the brush pens or whatever color medium you are using to block in shapes. For some brains, this is going to work much, much better than trying to use lines. Maybe something is being communicated to you that is a little bit different. Maybe it's just being communicated a little bit more efficiently. I'm not 100% sure. I do know that sometimes for me, this kind of sketching is much better. You might have seen this in some of my sessions. There's certainly been things where I have decided to just give myself a bunch of random shapes and then kind of refine them later. This allows you just to cover space a lot more fluidly. Sometimes it might be something as simple as that, and then you go in with some pens to refine it. Sometimes you might go in with another color, start adding in places where maybe shadow would be. This is again just going to be a lot faster than working on just using a pencil or a pen to shade things. And again, this is probably one of the biggest advantages of working digitally, because this kind of stuff in a digital format is so easy to do. It's actually like one of the best things that it was built for. But then really quickly I can come in with like a black pen. Generally I would wait until this is totally dry because there's a good chance this might bleed a little bit. But imagine now if I come in here and give myself some of these, you know, shaded portions. And we're going to, inside of just like, what, 2-3 minutes, have something that is discernible as a structure. If I was being much more careful, we could actually get something that felt, you know, rather iconic, like it was actually a piece of some manner of civilization or culture that we're building. And if I can get my just standard 01, we could come over and put on some outlines, which, you know, outlines are not necessary, especially when you're working on more of a painterly kind of manner of doing things, but I kind of like them. I know they're not necessary, but they're kind of my friend. So we come through here and we do some of this real quick. You'll notice that that was a very quick drawing, and it feels not finished perhaps, but it feels like it communicates what needs to be communicated. And so much of the time, that's the whole purpose of the world building stuff. And it's the whole purpose of this entire episode, is focus on the sketch more than the finished product. Because you see, this was something that took just a few moments, and it gives you some idea of the people that might live here, of the culture, of what they might be about. It would take you only a couple minutes to do, you know, 1 or 2 of these. If you took an hour and did these, you could fill up most of a page. And then whether it's for the book you're writing or for the video game that you're working on concept art for, whatever it might be, you have something that you can show other people. You have something that you can be proud of yourself, something that you can see. And that's the whole point here. So I know this was a little bit different than our general episodes. I in fact thought about caching this in entirely different terms and like not having this as a world building session, but I think it is world building session. It's just not specific in the same way that most of my other stuff has been. This is specifically about the importance of the sketching phase, that your world building should not feel like it needs to be refined and perfect and beautiful. The goal is to get across an idea. So don't be so quick to work everything to completion. Don't assume that that's what it has to look like, that your world building stuff has to be beautiful or pretty. It should be kind of grungy. It should be kind of loose, because that's where you're going to find the ideas. That's where you're going to find the cool, awesome things that your world needs. So, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks to my patrons as well, who are on the screen right now. And I would encourage you, take a break from refining things if that's your tendency, and spend a little bit more time on your sketches, on pushing things through quantity, not necessarily quality, and just trying to get as many iterations. Because if you sit down and spend 1 hour working a single drawing of a building in your desert landscape, that might be cool. But if you spend that hour doing nothing but sketches and iterating on ideas, you might have 24 different potential ideas, and I can pretty much guarantee you one of those is going to be cooler than the first one you would have landed on. All right, well, have a good one, y'all. See you soon.
Guys, we did it.
He's at
This
108,000.
is a sketchbook tour to celebrate 25,000 subscribers here on YouTube, and it came way sooner than I thought, and it's wholly thanks to you guys, so thank you so much. This video is for you. Hopefully it's interesting, because you'll find that a lot of my sketches are just exercises, but I thought it would be cool to show you the sketchbooks I'm working on right now. So you'll be seeing sketchbook 16, sketchbook 20 and sketchbook 21, my most recent impulse buy. I convince myself in every sketchbook, I say, I need to buy this one because that will be the place where I draw specifically this. So each sketchbook has a specific purpose that you will see I have completely derailed away from. So let's get into it. This is sketchbook 16. This started 6 months ago, long time ago. So June 30th is the first day, and maybe there is a, yes, sketchbook 16. The goal was to be bold. So it started out with, I drew something. I don't even know what this could be called, but this head was actually inspired by this Buddha head that my brother bought me. Pretty cool to see, but yeah, we'll keep that there for the rest of the video, I guess. But yeah, started out with me really trying to be bold. I was trying to push myself every drawing, and I like this actually. At the time, my understanding of form was much worse. Like, these took me a long time to comprehend, and this one I like as well. You'll see that I start to stray away from these pieces very quickly. I don't know, I can't stay consistent with any one goal for too long, but we have a bunch of men connected into one man, some anatomy stuff. It's July 1st, and the day I made a goal to draw something interesting every day, and 4 days in, it already ended. Here I'm studying some moss, drawing some animal characters. I did a study, I think, of a truck I was looking at, studying the leaves. At the time, I was at a cabin with my family, visiting some family friends, and, you know, I don't go outside too much, so seeing nature was probably a good thing. More capturing what I see. I don't think I really understood what I was drawing here, so I did a couple retries of that. Now, this was before. Recently my drawings have shifted a lot more like structural and educational, largely because now I'm making videos about it that I never want to make videos that I don't feel like I've researched into. So yeah, you see doing some ellipses here, and I mean this was wow, it was 8 months ago. It doesn't feel like that, but yeah, I mean a lot of progress has been made in the last 8 months. It's interesting to look back on how much I've learned in that time. This is when I was doing Peter Hahn's organic volumes, right? So this is Peter Hahn's organic volumes exercise that, if you've seen my video on the 25 drawing exercises, then you might have tried this for yourself. Doing some faces here, trying to have some fun with basic shapes. I really like these two. I like these. I love the highlights here, but I think the form here is nice. Walmart Groot. Goblin Man. I was wondering if this horse isn't from reference. I think this is from imagination, but these dogs are from reference because the people I was staying with had a golden retriever. Really cute dog. So I'm already seeing how 8 months ago I wasn't drawing in that much detail. I wasn't drawing with that much structure in mind. And you sort of allow yourself to not understand the form if you're not drawing very structurally. And you'll see that'll be a change coming up relatively soon. I think in this book is when I start realizing the importance of thinking in form first, right? Shading the underside, being aware of how this shape is actually a three-dimensional form. I drew this on the train. I remember feeling really paranoid because I didn't pay for my ticket. I was like, oh god, they're gonna get me. And I think that's why I drew an officer. I went to the Toronto Zoo. That's where I was taking the train to. Took the train to the Toronto Zoo. I drew some lemurs, and they are some goofy looking creatures, but it was a lot of fun. It was difficult to find their form, really. So these are drawings from the Toronto Zoo. I forgot I came here. Trying to study their forms. They fold in half sleeping, which is kind of crazy, but to each their own, I guess. I liked this at the time. I was really proud of the textures there. Now I'm seeing that I couldn't really draw in that much detail at the time. This is my favorite fish in the world. Giant gourami.
Gourami.
They are some... Yeah, so I did a 10-minute drawing of this. Yeah, I mean, can't complain here. You know what, I'm gonna try not to keep judging the artwork because I think it's so easy to get caught in this loop of constantly trying to judge your work, and I don't think it's the most helpful, right? Because I can't change how I drew these, nor do I want to, but I'm focusing on all the things I did wrong instead of all the things that maybe I like and maybe I want to adopt. Like, I like the shape language here. I like that I was studying how to stylize characters, right? Maybe my form knowledge wasn't as strong, or my shape design wasn't as solid, but you know, that's, anytime you look back, it's a good thing. That is wild. I don't know why. Listen, that's gonna be blurred out so I don't get demonetized. And sometimes you just draw some things, man. You draw some things that you didn't know you were gonna draw, because, and you know what, the line took me there. I didn't want to go there. At this point in life, I am at a summer camp, and I'm spending a lot of time playing with kids, and these kids loved soccer. Friendships would be ruined over soccer games, man. So I wanted to draw, you know, a kid that represented that. But here we have a Jay Kwong study. I love these are all his drawings, and I love this tiger. I've always struggled with drawing tigers, and Kim Jung-gi and Jay Kwong and Dong Ho Kim have such a nice stylization to it. Here I tried to draw a military tank, I think, or some vehicle, and I really realized, like, I had no idea how to do it. I was very bad. And the most, you really find out how well you can draw when a kid tells you to draw something, because they are the harshest audiences, man. They are ruthless. Kids will ask you to draw the craziest things, like horses riding cats on unicycles, and you're not gonna get it right, and they'll be like, "That's not what it looks like." I'm like, you don't know what it looks like either. At least I can draw it. Sorry, I have some personal vendettas to settle. Some goats. I'm starting to like how much form I have here. That's nice. I like the overlap. I spent a lot of time looking at these goats that summer. A lot of weeks looking at goats, so it's starting to show. These are from Kim Jung-gi's. Actually, let me show you. I think these were from Kim Jung-gi's card set that I got. My girlfriend bought these for me for my birthday, and it's pretty epic because, you know, when you want to look at Kim Jung-gi's artwork but you don't want to carry the giant book with you, he's got a card set that I think it was like a collector's item, but I reference these from time to time to study from, like, yeah, so he's got tigers, a lot of cool stuff. So aside from just being a cool memorabilia, I study from these from time to time, and I believe that these poses were from this collection. This was when I started going to the ROM, and there's this base that a man's built in the park, and I wanted to capture that because I thought it was cool. And this is a view of some statue and maybe some building in the back. Bicycle, some people at the ROM, more people. This is on the train back home. Go train, yep. Oh, this is to the Ottawa Animation Festival. So I'm about to travel back to Ottawa to go to the Animation Festival. I'm trying to understand observational drawing here. So yeah, this is actually two different drawings, but they coincided pretty well because I was drawing looking to my left. This is my girlfriend. I was looking to my left, drawing my girlfriend, and then looking straight ahead, drawing what I saw. And because it's the same perspective and it's the same horizon level, it almost overlaps. It doesn't exactly, but this is it sort of looks like it overlaps here. So I like this. I thought I like the depth of the car I got. I like the horizon line. This is more Auto Animation Festival. This is from my imagination. I'm proud of this little tiger here. Some cringy musings. Here I'm trying to understand how to draw cars, and whenever you're trying to break something down, I highly recommend understanding it in profile view first, trying to see what it's like from a flat view so that when you put it in perspective, you know how much you should foreshorten each section. So, just some car drawings. This is from my imagination, inspired somewhat by Akira Toriyama's stylization of cars. Although maybe it wasn't from my imagination because I see this. But, and no, I don't think it was from my imagination, but I do love Akira Toriyama's shape language. Some basic form manipulations. I think this is inspired by Katsuya Terada. He has such an appealing shape language with his animals and the way he stylizes dragons and muzzles especially. So I'm trying to understand the curvature of his forms, and it's so much based on understanding form intersections and stuff. This is an idea I've been trying to understand for months, and I've reshot this video 3 times. It's about perspective concepts that help someone understand perspective intuitively and not have to measure stuff out. Okay, and then some other stuff, but something I'll eventually make a video of, but I've been struggling. This is when I went to the ROM and a student of mine, you know who you are, drew in the sketchbook, and I'm so glad I get to keep this because they've improved a lot, and it's cool to see. It's cool to see. They weren't a student of mine at the time, but now they're in my mentorship program. This is when I was in the midst of making a course, but I've as of yet not finished it because I want to obviously build my skills a little bit more before I start selling whole courses and stuff. But at the time, this was a milestone piece for me where something clicked. I was like, oh, I understand form now. I understand form better. I can see now how I'm still missing some detail and some proportional stuff, but I'm still overall really proud of this drawing. It was also in a previous drawing. It was in a previous video. So yeah, this was at the Desserts in Toronto, and this was about October now. So this was June through October, and this wasn't at the time. So this is sketchbook 16. I filled up sketchbook 17, 18, and 19 in between this sketchbook and the next one you're going to see. But so this is actually the sketchbook I use when I'm traveling and I don't have room to take the big sketchbook with me. But some pigs with a brush pen that I've since tragically lost. I sketched this guy on the
Today is a
bus.
beautiful day. Is it a beautiful
Once
day,
again, I was like,
Javier?
oh my god, I can draw. Bro can
What makes you
draw.
think it's a beautiful
Because
day?
I was really
Why are
impressed
you
by
awake
it.
so
I was
early?
able to see
Also, an ad's gonna
forms
run
and
in
able
4
to
minutes.
measure his proportions out, and I was really proud of that. So, really liked that one. I also drew this on the bus, and I really enjoy it. It's a story came out of it. 'Cause I started with the tiger, and I find the most unique drawings from imagination come from starting unconventionally. So
Ew.
start in a way that you've never started, and you'll probably end up with a drawing you never expected. Right, so yeah, this is a tiger teacher that gets his class interrupted by a overly mischievous puppy who didn't mean to bite the pig. I love these animal characters. It would be my dream to be able to draw anthropomorphized characters in real life situations. I don't know why. It just, maybe it's growing up with Disney movies, or I loved Zootopia as a kid. I love Black Sad. And I love like Kim Jong-il's drawings. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not the surprise that everyone loves to draw animals. I got a bunch of animals right here. I study these from time to time to build that shape language, but there's nothing cooler to me than some classic 90s milk call Disney style animals. Beautiful art, beautiful art. Here's actually some work for the animation program. This was an assignment to do a character jumping. I actually failed this assignment because I didn't realize you weren't supposed to animate a four-legged creature, so that didn't work out well for me, but this was my work in progress, and you can see the animation process. I really enjoy the drawing process of animation. I like the drawing part, but it does get tedious. So some more form stuff here, some coarse stuff here. And here again, I'm drawing. I really like this piece. I drew it on the train. I think at this time I'd finished my summer camp job, and I think I was missing spending time with kids, and this sort of just came out of my subconscious, I guess. It reminds me of spending time with a family, so I love how it turned out because there's a real sense of depth and the proportions of objects. That's what really sells a scene, the proportion of objects. And I feel like I got that here, so I'm proud of that. We draw a lot of pigs here for some reason, and on this day it was no exception. So a man playing video games on top of a pig. Here I'm doing some form, some anatomy. I think there was going to be a muscle test at school, so I had to study up on the back. So I'm trying to do a bunch here.
You're
I'm
stinky.
trying to draw it out. Just figure out the forms, starting with some basic under construction and trying to draw over. I don't really understand what I'm drawing at the time. Here, now this was a day. I stayed up all night in the hospital, in the waiting room, from like 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. I think, 9 hours. We never saw the doctor. We went home. But I got bored and I started drawing the hospital. Yeah, some observational. I think I was at a party here. This is what happens when I go to a party. Some observational on the train. I like the form I got. This guy kind of looks like Robert De Niro. He was not Robert De Niro. More goats. More goats. The laboratories at school. The cube grid. The infamous cube grid. Some rock band that I came up with.
Yeah, so you're calling yourself stinky.
Man. They're the go-tos. Now this was from imagination, just thinking about form and perspective.
IVC, how you feeling?
Two men standing with their hands up. This was at the ROM again. I saw these little sculptures of people from overhead, and I usually don't see things from that view, so I thought it would be cool to study. Some heads from the Roman section. Yeah, so this was more of that overhead. It was like a diorama. I don't know what they're called, but saw that. Some ideas for drawing from imagination. I practiced.
Okay.
Linens.
Did you get your pot pie? Or is that why you were having bathroom time?
Trying to figure out space here. It's different images, sort of. I drew this, and then I drew this on top of that, and I drew this after that. Just not really being too precious with my book. I think that's overall something that's been helping me a lot with just learning fast, is not being precious with it, just trying to make mistakes. Not trying to make mistakes, but not worrying if I do make mistakes. Prioritizing curiosity over outcome. So I don't care if this sketchbook isn't really appealing to look at. It's just work, right? Studying pipes, looking at the bus drivers, seeing what the, while I had time, seeing what the bus looked like, drawing the train, more about perspective, more about perspective, more about perspective.
You forgot your
This was
Popeye.
getting really-
Oh.
I don't know. This is how I envision perspective. The 5 vanishing points in 5-point perspective represent looking up, to the left, to the right, in front of you, and down, right? Those are all the extremities of which vision can go to. But this is a dog.
Bruh.
Here's some texture exercises that I mentioned in the 25 drawing exercises.
Oh my
which
goodness,
I am
VC.
making
It's
a
probably for the
textbook
best you don't
for.
have it. You probably
So,
throw it up too and then
keep
ruin
an eye
your
out for that
taste for
because I'll be
Popeye.
making a page for every exercise, and I'm talking about how to do it, how to get better at it, everything I know about those exercises. So more observational stuff, more drawing from imagination, just a lot of form at the end of the day. More form stuff. This is a traumatic image for me. This is what happens when a kid tells you to draw a cat wearing a scarf, riding a unicorn, riding a bicycle, and you're like, what? And then you try it, and they go, that's not what it looks like. Cut me some slack, bro. But yeah, this is my brother at Christmas. We're at a
Ew,
friend's
that's
house,
disgusting, VC.
and I totally butchered the drawing, but you know, it is how it is sometimes. The dog, that same golden retriever, trying to sort of etch out the form I see. Experimenting with Loomis heads. Here's a couple I saw on the train. They were watching reels out loud. Some of them sounded funny, most of them did not. This was me practicing. So this is exercise. This is flat textures, and this is volume mapping as shown in the videos from the 25 drawing exercises. So other ways to do that. This is me structuring the head from the head drawing video. I'm just plugging all my videos at this point. Watch this one, watch this one, watch these. Some observational. I'm really proud of this one. I love the way that the hair really feels like it has volume. Tigers, as I mentioned, really difficult to do. More tigers. These are from imagination. This is observational. And this is at the library. This is when I really felt like, oh, whoa, I'm understanding perspective a little bit more. These forms are all maintaining their proportion, their orientation, and this space really feels like it exists. And when I was able to do this, I was starting to see some big differences in my drawings from imagination. So that brings us to the end of this sketchbook. What I'll do is maybe only pick the highlights, and if you guys don't like that, then let me know what you want to see. If you want to see more sketchbooks, I have 21 of them, so I'm happy to show more sketchbooks, but I don't want to yap your ear off, you know. So, and most of this stuff is just the form exercises I talked about. It's mostly exercises, like it's just exercise stuff. I'll show you the highlights. I'll find some cool pages. Here we got studying animals at the ROM. Here we have a turtle. I feel the need to show you this turtle because I cannot tell you how many boys and men feel the need to comment, that's a big turtle, every time I'm at the museum. It is as close to a law of human behavior as I've ever come across. Boys feel the need to go, that's a turtle, for some reason. I do it too. I go, that's a big turtle, but I don't know why. But And half of them will go, that's Master Uguay. Anyway, form drawing.
I want to eat. I
That's
want
a
to
bat.
nap. Or I want to sleep.
This is, like, I did not exaggerate this drawing. That is what a bat's body looked like. Look at that. That is cartoony as anything. So, who knew bats should be cartoon mascots? Panda bear, I really liked. I'm zooming through this. 20,000 drawing, 20,000 subscriber drawing, which I might have to do a 25,000 subscriber drawing, because thank you again for watching, for subscribing, for letting me do this. By the way, because of the growth of this channel, there are some big changes coming soon. So stay tuned, because I'm going to be making more videos, and I'm thinking of making more videos like this. I'll still be doing as much teaching as I can, and I'm branching out. I'm teaching more on theanimationtutor.com. I'm taking mentorships, but I also want this YouTube channel to be a place where I feel like I can be myself. And the more teaching videos I make, the more I sort of feel like I'm running out of room to maneuver, because I am a student, bruh. I'm 21. I barely know how to draw. So it's my number one priority is to keep learning. And if I can document my learning and help you along the way, that's amazing. But I never want to lose sight of the fact that don't listen to me as your only source of art education, because I don't know. I'm just telling you what worked for me. So that's all to say. I'm going to start showing more of my process and my life outside of curated tutorials and demonstrations. I'm going to maybe vlog a week in my life, or show you more of how just I draw without a focus on trying to tailor it to be maximum education. And some people aren't going to stick around for that, and that's okay. I'll still be making tutorials, and I'll still be making valuable content that I wish I had years ago. But with that said, I'm so glad that you're watching this, and I'm so happy that I'm able to do this, because you don't know how long I've wanted to be able to do this. I don't want to hammer it home or be so corny or anything, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching these videos. This is an old man who definitely killed someone, but we don't know. We don't know who it was. Vases, and vases are basically fish. They're the same shape. So I'm sort of skimming through this, because there's some good stuff here, but this. So this was a hard drawing. This is a really hard drawing to do, because I was looking up. I was looking like straight up trying to do this. And this is a school of, what are they called? Hammerhead fish. Hammerhead sharks that I was trying to capture. But I messed it up a couple times. So I drew here. Here is what I thought the perspective actually looked more like. I was looking, it was more steep than I drew it, but so I had to try that a couple times. It was difficult. And here I'm trying to understand how everything can be traced back to its orientation on a flat piece of paper, i.e. the picture plane, or like a plane, right? And you can break every complex shape down into basic forms if you really understand them. So that's why I've really been on a basic form kick. If you know anything about this channel, you know I will not stop talking about basic forms. But here I was doing some research for the face video. If you haven't seen this, check that out. If you really want to learn how to draw the head, that is the definitive way that I've been studying it, and it's been making a big difference for me. So some of these drawings you can see form intersections and manipulations, drawings. This one I'm really proud of. I really felt like I understood how the head worked, and this is from imagination. So I feel like I'm finally, while I'm practicing Lego pieces, I feel like I'm finally able to understand how the human body works well enough to have like a sophisticated Lego piece. I feel like I've evolved from Lego pieces to like Gundams that I'm able to piece together the complex forms a little bit better. Rotating heads from the same image. Let's move on. Let's find something fun. So, there's not much else here that's that much fun. It's just form stuff. I did that this morning. Yeah, some basic form stuff. But, speaking of this red pen, I want to show you guys my most recent sketchbook where I feel like I'm the most proud of the drawings I've been making, because, I don't know, I've just been really happy with them. So, and recently I drew like a milestone piece that I'm so excited to show. So let's start with this. This is sketchbook 21. This I bought a week ago. So this Saturday. By the time you're seeing this, it'll have been a week ago. So yeah, the 8th of February. So this is my idea for this book, was that it's gonna be a book purely for observation. That stopped the day I bought it. But my goal for this book is to have every drawing be an entire scene. So every drawing will look like a window into a world where the perspective makes sense and goes in one direction. So far I've not broken that one, although, you know, the only thing I know I do all the time is change plans. So here I was looking out the window of a place called Italy. Italy with eat instead. It was like a cafe area. Really cool. It's by Bloor and Young in Toronto. Check it out if you have the chance, because the window overlooks a street, and now you get to observe cars at an angle that you never really get to see in real life. So, pretty cool. So I was looking out and I observed this stuff. Now this is a different perspective than this, but it's sort of always, it melds in. When you're looking from the same angle, it does tend to meld together. So here is more of this drawing from observation, but then also merging it with drawing from imagination at times when I didn't really... Cars are moving by all the time fast, so... I put these people were not there. They left before I could capture them, but I remember what they were doing and I captured them. But pretty difficult to put people in a like, I don't know, it's drawing from imagination never gets easier. It just gets slightly better. So this was my view from inside. I moved from this window to this table. And yeah, I'm proud of this one. If you look too closely, you'll see that some things don't make sense. This guy was actually much taller. He should be about here. So I'm realizing if you really want that depth, you have to have things going above and below, not just below. So he's tiny in comparison because he really stretched up here, but you know, you live and you learn. This I drew on the same day, just experimenting with what I was studying that day and just really focusing on trying to expand my perspective. So this is what we'd call, I guess, intuitive perspective, but in reality, it's always just 5-point perspective. What I've learned is everything is 5-point perspective. It's just that if you zoom in close enough, it becomes 1, 2, or 3 point. You know, this is a 5-point perspective. But if I zoomed into this table over here, I could straighten these lines out enough. It wouldn't. The change in the perspective wouldn't be strong enough in such a small frame to necessitate 5 points of thinking about 5 points. You would just simplify into straight lines. You know, this isn't making sense, or maybe it is, but it's harder to make sense when I'm just saying it off the top. If you guys want, please comment if you want a video on this topic. Like, just keep making it and then going, no one's gonna watch this. It's so, I don't know. I just get my head about it, but yeah, let me know if you want to see that. So coming up is my favorite drawing I think I've made so far this year, and that's not saying that much because it's been 30 days, but this one I feel like I ruined with this weird cordyceps zombie man. I don't know. I started here and I liked it, but then when you like a drawing,
I've been writing notes for 2 hours
like, I love
since
this drawing,
before.
I'm going to ruin it.
I've been writing notes since 5 a.m. so for like 3 hours.
Started here. I mean, the perspective's fine. I'm not done, but as I went up and up, I'm like, what have I done? I always try to make this concept of a man, or a person opening their mouth and then stuff comes out of it, but then I realize I don't know how to draw that, so then it just ruins the drawing. So, but fret not, because the next drawing, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to brag, but I'm really proud of it, and I'm like, damn, bro can draw. So I mean, this happened yesterday, and give it a few months, I'll look back and be like, what the hell? But yeah, this I drew last night. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. So yeah, I think it's a number of things. It's the fact that I drew this from imagination, and it's hard poses. I would never have previously been able to draw a person like this. But also, if you guys watched my drawing from imagination for 30 days straight video, you will see that I absolutely ruined pieces after pieces by drawing with a marker. So it really means a lot that for the first time I've complemented a drawing with marker and I didn't absolutely ruin it, and it actually looks more three-dimensional. I think the part I like the most is this area with the shoulders and the hands and this hand here. It really does feel like this person is laying on the ground. So that's it, guys. Those are the 3 sketchbooks that I'm working on at the moment. Maybe seeing how this does, we'll do another sketchbook tour.
Walk in chat. I found a different video. That's why we're restarting it. I found a different video. That's why we're restarting it. There's so many things I have to do today. And my bedtime... Hold on, what's my bedtime? My bedtime is until 12:55. I got 2 hours left. So there's no way I'm doing all this stuff in 2 hours. Well, some of the stuff I don't need to do. Because I low-key already did it. So the composition breakdown and perspective exercises I low-key... But I still can't. There's no way I'm doing studies and the sketches. And then the landscape. I probably can do the studies. Maybe at least once. Excusez-moi. I hate that bitch. Nope. Yeah. I always fail this. I think I already did this. Wait a minute. I already did something. Oh. And it didn't have a cable. Okay, shut the... Yeah, it's old enough. See. There's dust. Ah, what the fuck is... Stylus. There's dust on it. English. Oh no. Yeah. Alright. It's gonna be very rough. Either. I will. Did I get distracted? Maybe. Hi, VC. Also, my favorite part too, like our shit rock is my favorite part of the whole fucking game. Hate this. Honestly, it looks ass. You can't see most of it. It looks ass. Oh, that's not VC. Hi, great. Sorry, VC's name was like right next to you. VC's cat was right next to your thing. Alright, this looks ass. Low key better than how I've done before. So I will take it. It's booty, but it's my booty. I'm good, how are you? I'm doing great, she just got her shit rocked. It's not peak, let's not lie to ourselves. So much aura in it. I'm okay, can't complain. Valid. Real. Very real of you, actually. Hold on, I'm low-key actually proud of this not being bad. I'm actually low-key proud of how this is out, which is probably gonna end terribly, but you know, we ignore that. Hey, sorry, mess up. The eyes always reveal it. I also have Loki been looking at it from an angle, so that's probably why it's a little fucked right now. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Oh well. I'm committed. A chin eye or look. Hey Nelly. Don't breathe me right now. Doing my best. I don't remember the last time I did this exercise. It's been way too long. Am I trying to block in the character? I'm just trying to draw it. In general. Probably to that angle. It's supposed to be a copy study. I don't remember what I was supposed to do. I kinda just was like, oh, I'm just gonna copy this, and that is what. That's how we got here. I kind of am just winging it. How you doing, Nally? Okay, so my has been hurting this morning. My sinuses are messing up. No, I was getting sick. Oh, better soup. Like, remember those old exercises I used to do, those coffee studies? That's what this is supposed to be. Granted, my line work is very sketch. Oh, this is a sketch, I guess. This isn't the line work of it all, but I'm just doing quick sketches, quick, quote unquote. Well, I think this has been quick. I'm nothing. Ah! Do this one. You used to have to trace to get to this point, so I guess a win is a win. A little creepy with the pupils, but it's fine. Ay. No. Alright. Either way. love how they make it seem like Zelda's the Twilight Princess in this, but then it turns out Brenda. Thanks for the lurk. Forza. I know nothing about racing. Glad you're fun with. Wait, Javier, aren't you supposed to be at work right now? I think this is Zelda's best design, in my opinion. Are working? How are you on my stream? Riddle me that. Alright, it's slightly crooked. I'm too lazy to. We'll deal with it. No, you can't miss me.
Where if you need one, you must use to raise up and shoot. It would be. What does this mean? Any plus if you need intermediate. Need it can help you to your come. Keep it with me. You need me time. You want fair me. Very good here there. You first looking videos have a to make. The pig are you in pizza pig? Does pizza?
I figured if you're able to type something. If you feel wrong, big. You need more time.
How cute my beauty pie.
Yummy.
Should I? Do you going to be? Come on, you see me.
Don't perceive me. Go back to sleep. Don't perceive me. Don't perceive me. I'll bite. I bite. No! Exactly. Alright, the hair's a mess. We ignore it. There's only so much I can do. There's so much hair. I'm not good at hair. I don't know hair. That's not. This one's worse, but it's fine. I hate it, but it's fine, and we deal with it, and we move on. Great, good. I was gonna be an ass. Oh. Dying. Hwana said in DMs he hates it. Oh. I will cry. And he's not here to defend himself, so I win.
Huge the arm break. Oh, break that my help.
Hey, y'all. This is bothering me. Why is it bothering me? Oh, that's why it's bothering me. Supposed to be like... And its eyes are too close together, but I'm way too lazy. No, I'm way too lazy. I'm not doing all there. I got the basics of it down. I got the basics of it down. We're not looking at it. Alright, that went away. Oh. Yes.
That was it.
Ugh. Uh-oh.
To cafe prostitution. You, the internet are doomed to keep you there. Ticket to you for here. You, fiction. You hear that? To cookie correction. Are you still?
I did this wrong. I don't really.
on Zidami. Are we just you do that? Yes. And it was the Dragon Inn. It should calculate your chill with your time.
Alright, chat. I'll be ending here to get some news. I hope you all have good days. And I'll see you. Bye.